and good morning. Welcome to Wednesday, the 4th of March, 2026. This is my risk-neutral trading, which is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I capture on my screens is obviously what I'm looking at, and then sorry about that. My headset wasn't picking it up for some reason. Yeah. This is my virtual trading journal. Everything, that's captured on the video is obviously what I'm watching on my two primary screens here. And that would be Bookmap, my basic trading execution platform, and IRT is a charting. Not licensed to provide, and the intention here is not to provide financial or trade advice. And there's a description, or there's a disclaimer in the description here. But on the other side of that coin, I trade live in Bookmap, and this is my personal live AMP futures funded account, funded with my money. So this is absolutely live, and any trades that I take here are real money. Now, IRT, when I do some backtesting or something, I keep that within the IRT simulator framework because I'm not confident enough in my coding with IRT to have it trade live. So I'll explain that later, how I work between the two. But any trades taken or anything anything done here in Bookmap is live on my AMP account. So let's move on past that. Let's see what else. I trade every day, or I stream every day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500, which is the cash close. The reason for that is because I have a commitment to take no trades off of the stream, period, case closed. And everything that I do here is completely transparent and accountable. Now, the way this works is it's because I don't multitask well. So rather than screen snapping and typing and all of those things which are important for a journal, I do this. Captures everything on my video, and my voiceover or my narration here provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So it works perfect. All right, let's look at the reports out so far this morning, and we've got some interesting stuff, I think. Here was the non-farm payroll change from February. I find that pretty phenomenal. Remember that we had a surprise number last month, plus 130,000 K. I'm not sure what to say, I have my suspicions, but what are you going to do? We also have the global S&P PMI out today, and remember that all this is a lead up to non-farm payroll for this month, or for last month, which is going to be this coming Friday at 7:30 a.m. Now, these are my go-to news sources. First is investing.com. Guess I might as well show you the right one. Investing.com. This can be filtered for any time frame or report you're interested in. They only report traditional economic events and numbers. Notice how the event title turns into a URL when you hover over it. So if you're not sure what S&P Global Services PMI is, you can click that, see all the recent releases and what's the story there. You can also check into what's going on with this non-farm payroll change. We are in earnings still, and but there's not any real big shake coming on. We're in, kind of the nothing I'm too interested in. So or that would have a particular market or auction moving potential for the futures trading, which is what I do. Again, you can filter all this stuff out any way you want it. Now, the other news source I use is the Financial Juice. And the difference here is they do have a calendar, but as the day progresses, like, 30 minutes ago, these weren't in here. They will pick up these non-typical financial related events, which may have a definite impact on our auction. And they pull those into this calendar. So I now know that I'm going to be a long way from trading at 12 o'clock or a little before through at least 1400 probably. Because these are very, very high risk potential for our auction. And whether you know it or not, as traders, we are really risk managers. Your ultimate goal as a trader is to maintain, preserve, and grow your account. The only way you do that is risk management. To properly make a risk management plan, you've got to be able to identify risks. Makes sense, eh? So this is real helpful. I'm not saying anything political. I'm just stating a fact. Unless you've been under a rock for the last year, there's a high potential that we could have some comment or whatever that has a huge impact on our auction. So it's a risk. There you go. And here we have, all this thing here is going on. How in the hell can the EU be exempt from the tariffs? Who else are we putting tariffs on? I'm not sure how that works. I'll have to look into that. So anyway, this is Financial Juice, and then over here is more of a squawk box or a running, idea what they're doing. Let's move on to something a little more uplifting here. Let's look at the pre-market. Well, here is where we are so far all night. This blue line is just a vertical line, which I slap on the first print of every session. You'll see. And there's the one from RTH, and here's the one from last night. So the purpose of that is for me to be able to just glance left here. And if I see that blue line, I know that I have the entire session in view on the chart. So I have a firm understanding of context. Now, right now, we're just bobbing around the previous RTH high. I've already put in this gap low flag just in case we fly up above here and open. Maybe we won't. I'll just remove it. But we are at, we're just trading up here against the highs. So something's going to happen here at the open, I would suspect. Yesterday's RTH, today's this current ETH session. Here we are banging around up here on the highs. Why? The last 2 days in a row, we've opened a gap down significantly and then traded back up. So this is as I said, this is IRT. One thing that's important to notice, any of these IRT charts, the header has the chart name, which is meaningless to you, the instrument type of chart, periodicity, and the session. These are the micro ES, micro NQ, the micro ES, micro composite chart, which is my high time frame chart. And this is the ES, the mini market profile. I don't bother with going back and forth to micro market profile. So the higher time frame, RTH session only, daily candlesticks. Wherever they overlap, morning Anton, wherever they overlap, I pull this volume profile around them, and in so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC, and these red and green levels represent high and low volume nodes for this micro composite volume profile. Now, the red and green levels, or the high and low volume nodes, push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. I enter the POC and the all-time high and those kind of things myself manually. I also plot the same setup for the micro or the minis, but I'm not trading them at the moment. So, and I'll tell you, we'll talk about that later. Why? Oh, there's naked volume points of control. Boop. Yeah. These are the naked volume points of control, by the way, in case you don't have them marked out on your chart. And let's look at Bookmap. So here we are back at Bookmap. Now, in case you're not aware, this is the dome, the price ladder, the order book, whatever you want to call it. Prices, limit orders. This is resting liquidity. Sell, buy. These are not transactions. These are resting liquidity. Now, as you see things fall in and out, yeah, they're trading them, but this does not reflect those. This does not reflect. This is not time and sales. This is the order book. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these values. This is in case we open gap up. I just threw that in there earlier this morning. This is yesterday's POC. And then up and down the ladder we go. These are the high and low volume nodes pushed from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which will reset, or it set last night at 1700, and will continue plotting through 1600 today. It's not the ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. RTH delta and volume profiles will reset hopefully this morning at 8:30 if I, don't throw my computer out the window. I'm so frustrated with that. And this is the statistics column, which is pretty important to me. We'll talk about that in a second. And these are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap to IRT, from IRT to Bookmap. Boy, I better go back to bed. Notice that my approach to trading is real simple. It's just price levels, volume, and probabilities. There's no indicators any place. There's a POC for the full session and for the RTH in the full session. POC is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 875 here, we've traded 4,168 contracts so far since 1700 last night. The minute that one of these other prices is 4,169 contracts traded, this is POC is going to move there. It's just that simple. Same story for the RTH. There's a Globex VWAP, volume weighted average price, and there is a RTH volume weighted average price, and there's an RTH mid. The rest of them are just straight up as you would expect by their abbreviated name. The only other levels that sometimes confuse people is the IBH, or the initial balance high and low, because of the naming. It comes from market profile, and in reality, these two levels only represent the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more. The rest of them are straightforward. So let's look at the statistics open. Now, the first thing I do is determine the open type for the day from statistics, and then I change the name of the title to the column. So the open type is real easy to determine. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close, so it's higher. How would that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, unfortunately, it's right on the high. It's been bobbing back and forth, gap out, higher in range, gap out. Right now, it's gap up. I hate these kind of days, and I will, but let's just take it as it's right now. It's above the previous RTH range, so it would be higher out of range. So we change the title of the column to higher out of range. And the reason I change those column titles is I can look at the screen snap or the recording and immediately know the relationship just by seeing the title. Now, the next thing we're going to do is get rid of yesterday's statistics and go determine the new ones for today. So, well, that reminds me, I got to do something over here first. I forgot about the TLab snap, which I'm going to need to do here pretty quick. Okay, get that going. All right, the statistics are, Jesus, I'm out there like Pluto here. I don't have any of this stuff figured out. I've been busy looking at something else. Where did the stats go? Oh, that's not it. Oop. What the hell is going on? Why don't I see my statistics chart here anywhere? Oh, there we go. Opening stats. All right. So this is the opening statistic study in IRT, and there's only 4 open types, as I just got through talking about. They conveniently highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30. So that's why we do this pre-market. We have to just, understand how it works ourselves. We've determined that we're likely to open higher out of range. It'll either be higher out of range or higher in range. That's pretty obvious. Right now, it's in range by a tick, and then it was out of range by a tick. I hate these kind of days. Anyway, let's stick with where we were here, higher out of range. The way the system works is real simple. It looks back over the most recent 1,688 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher out of range 420 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 77.4 times. Overnight volume point of control 77.4. And that right there is just as complicated as this gets. Now I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm not going to continue with all of these levels because this is driving me crazy. Out of range, in range, out of range, in range, and I don't want to go back and have to throw all these levels on after the fact. So let's just look at something, a couple more of these so you get the idea, and it's real simple. The next one down here would be the overnight high at 75. Well, that's probably not going to go anywhere. But it will change. The probability will change. And here you can see this 75.0. The overnight high is 74.5. Okay, 0.5 of a point, big deal. But I try to be accurate so that when I look back at the recording or a screen snap, it is correct. Overnight mid is 66.7. Overnight mid is somewhere around here. I don't know where. Let's see, it's probably covered up. Well, it might be. Should be right here. It's probably under one of these guys. Yeah, overnight mid right there under developing VWAP. See the line? It does print both of them here. And that is whatever I said it was, 66.7. Okay, I'm not going to continue slapping these on here and then have to turn around and change them. So I'm going to move on to the next thing, which is the TLab snap. Well, they may stick up there and stick it over, and then we may get the overnight high higher. So let's see. Anyway, let's get on to the next order of business, which is the TLab snap. That is something I do every day at about 8:20. This is why I don't multitask. I'm a freaking donut. Okay. So every day at 8:20, I post a snap of this in the Traders Lab, which is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom B. and continues to be led by him. I guess that's what you call it. Tom seems like he is genuinely interested in other people progressing as traders, not just some kind of a con crap, you know. First of all, you're never solicited for anything in there, in the TLab that I know of, or at least haven't ever been to my knowledge. And Tom is a professional trader with 46 years experience per him. Now, he doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades, nor have I ever seen any account things or any stuff like that. So I don't really know that any of that is true. I have no proof that any of that is true. But after you've been around somebody for a while and watched how they act and listen to what they say, you believe it, and I do. But I have to be honest and say I don't have any proof of that. Now, in my case, there is absolute proof of me taking live trades and talking about them at the time if I take them, and how I base it on vetted trades, etc. So that's the difference, and I'm trying to make sure that difference. That's the reason the stream here is so long, because I want to make absolute sure that I've committed to never take any trade off the stream and to take every trade I take on stream. So, there you go. All right, that's the TLab. Now let's get back to where we are. Well, now they're back down to where we're going to be gap up, gap down, gap in, gap, I hate that scrap. So this is School Run Wednesday, by the way. And having done this much so far, I'm not going to get into those levels any further at this point, but I am going to do something that's pretty important, and that's the way to trade with Bookmap mechanically. You have to activate the trade control panel with this padlock. You have to select a method you will use to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, where'd they go? If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the trade active data column. DOM, the two DOM columns, and both of them. Now, the next thing I do, and I suggest, is first of all, if you select this trading statistics, make sure it's pushing to the journal you prefer. Then I choose multi-brackets. This is where I apply the risk-neutral methodology to what I'm doing. The smallest risk-neutral package is a 2-lot. 2 lots. Then you enter the stop loss for the entire package, and this is not the time to be figuring out what that is. Should have been done long ago in your homework period. The first criteria I recommend is your account risk parameters. What's the volatility of the instrument you're trading? What's the volatility of the market in general? Anyway, once these two numbers are established, the first risk neutral target, or T1, is automatic because it's for half of the package. Remember, I said the minimum size is 2 because it needs to be even. And then the stop loss is for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is the stop is negative. That way, it's the minute this target is achieved, the trade is risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch, unless you're a donut, and you move your stop away from entry. And then you have runners. And you can do as many runners or whatever you want to do. Okay, after that's selected, you can also, here's another one that might be kind of handy. You can do Execution Pro, which has all kind of things. You can, you can automatically trail to break even or whatever you want to choose. You can put trailing stops on, whatever kind of deal. I'll do that manually. And then you close that. Now over here in the trade control panel, we know that we've selected 2 lots, so it's the right package. I don't need any of the tools anymore in the trade control panel. All of these metrics I have reproduced up here, and you can turn these off and on if you don't like them up there. So now I can click this button again. It stays active. I get the screen real estate back, and I have all my metrics, plus I have cancel and close. Now, when I'm getting ready to do the school run stuff and leave the office, I disable the trade control panel because I don't want, Lucky to come smoking through here, our cat, and mosey across the keyboard or something like that. So there we are. But we'll keep it ready for a little bit. All right, the stream apparently trickling down the hill okay. I'm going to take a quick sachet around the house, and now here we're going to open very definitely higher in range, okay? At this moment, if we open right here, and we've still got 3 minutes to do that. So these values, so I'll have to change these statistics around. And I don't think we're going to be gap up, but I'm just going to stand by and see what the hell happens. And I'm going to turn off the trade control panel. There we go. Okay, everything's safe and sound. One other thing, you can trade with your keyboard if you want to. You have to have one of the methods selected with the trade control panel, and then you can set up your keyboard to trade any way you want with hotkeys, except a real important thing to know is you have to have the computer system focus on the application of Bookmap for that to work, but that's just normal for any kind of a operating system. All right, I'm going to step away here and make sure everybody's moving in the positive here. And we're going to open in about 30 seconds. Let's see if this stupid thing resets on time. Okay, let's see now. Well, we're going to open lower in range, so I'll change that in a second after we do it, and after I'm through complaining about the fact that this didn't reset on time, which I'm doubt is not going to, and it did not. And it doesn't want to reset on the double click either, so I don't know what to do. There we go. Okay, it reset. Now it's going to reset again like 37 times. That's bullshit. Sorry. So it reset on the setting and it reset on the double click, and now it continues to reset, jumping up and down. Oh, yeah, magic. Well, what did we do? Did we open lower? Yes. I think we did. Looks like we did. Oh boy. Just magic, isn't it? I'm going to set IRT now to RTH session only. And well, I'm getting sick of this. If I had an old clunky, computer, I'd be kind of disappointed. I mean, I wouldn't be upset because I would think, well, that's okay. But I build these machines, my trading machines myself, so I know fairly what's going on. And this thing is, right up there. Should be no reason for any kind of lag except for the fact that IRT is not multi-threading and is just being obnoxious. So there we go. Irritating, boy. Of course, an hour from now, it's all worked out in the wash, but it's irritating at the beginning. Assuming you want to do some trading in the, at least tracking in the opening. Well, let's see. What have we got going on here now? Let's slap blue boy over here. And I have no clue what we're doing here. Oh, ridiculous. So deltas, we're just trading the hell out of things and there's no volume. What is going on? This is really irritating. I'll try to do this now. I'll clear these resets. Oh, magic. It seems like the delta, I don't know what to say. So disappointed. And I'm sure boring to hear about because I bitch about it every day. So never mind. Be real careful now. I don't have my trade control panel activated, so I can click out of in this column all I want. But you need to be real careful if you've got the trade control panel activated and you've selected chart, because if you are trying to grab, a price level or grab a hold of a line or something and you accidentally get in here, you've got an order on whether you wanted to or not. And yes, that is the voice of experience speaking. We did not open in a gap because there's the open. Oh no, where's the open? Oh, Jesus, that can't be right. Really? Wow, what a big hammer that was for the open. Yeah, a lot of volatility. Let's do a lot of things. Typically, I like to have 1 point high on this price ladder. And then we got Blue Boy on the job here, so that can't be a surprise. Here's our IB high. There's our IB low. What does those mean? That's the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So these will continue to move up and down until 9:30 Central Standard Time. And they're trading the hell out of this, boy. Here comes my responsive, as I think I talked about it in the pre-market. I know I typed it over in static. I was expecting responsive selling to take some profit. We were up all night. And we gapped up. I mean, we didn't gap up on the open, but we were right at the highs. And what are we doing? Well, we're selling them down, taking some profit. That's pretty normal. Here is the day. Keep my eyes on the clock here because I've got a little princess to get delivered to the Institute of Higher Learning. Yeah. Well, responsive selling. Yeah, that looks right. I don't know what the hell that's screen. Once again, I get, Anton knows, but I'll be stepping away for the school run. Mondays to Wednesdays, I leave about 9. I'm back in about an hour. What has happened over here? I forgot about this. Okay, so we've got this goofiness going on. 5-minute chart. Opening swing is based opening swings based on 15 minutes. If you see this blue dot down here, that means that the opening swing or opening range, initial opening range candle was a engineering candle. In other words, it was for emotional effect being greater than 25% of the average daily range. The idea is that when high time frames got something they need to execute, they engineer liquidity. They'll get everybody thinking we're going one way, and then they'll come back over the top of their stops, and that's where they get in at the price they desire. So we'll see what happens. And I'm trying to, just look at different things. I don't think I sent this to the chart, but I'll do that right now. This is just an opening swing fade. I'm going to turn these two off. See if we get a fade. Apply. Boom. There we go. It did. Faded right there. Stopped. Okay. Well, there you go. Would have been a continuation, but it should have been, I guess. Again, these I use for backtesting, but to forward test these systems that I'm using for backtesting, I push them to this chart or the other one, and they are within the simulated environment of IRT. So this stuff is not going anyplace because I'm not nearly confident enough in my coding stuff to have that be the case. Now, this was yesterday, right? Because we don't have our 15 minutes over here yet. So nothing's happened today. Make sure that you understand that. And before I leave, I'll push to the initial balance trade, which is something that I've vetted quite extensively. But I'll turn that one on in a minute before we go. Okay. Hey, Antonio, bon dia. School run Wednesday here, so I'm just busy trying to figure out what's up. You know, 2 days in a row with a big gap down, and then we closed the gap, and this morning they're teasing the gap high, and of course it's responsive selling to take some profit. You know, get them on their back foot and hammer them, isn't it? Isn't that how it goes? Yeah, I did too, Anton. But Tam graduated from high school last May. Oh, so this is college, and it's different days, different times. But yeah, until then, since we moved back here from Kuala Lumpur, basically when the year that 21, when Tam went into high school, every morning and every afternoon I was picking her up and dropping her off and picking her up. Yeah, exactly. Me too. That was actually a little more friendly to the markets because it was earlier and, than after the market closed. So it was pretty handy. Not that this is not. And of course, I would do whatever is required. First things first, right? Priorities. And I'm not busy trading on my phone while I'm driving. Hey, I see that Top Step has finally come out in public and opened their brokerage, so it's official. They've been telling all of their, media stars or whatever you call them there to get their Series 7s and Series 6s and stuff for about the last year. It's been pretty obvious where they were headed, but I got an email the other day or yesterday, I guess, that they announcing their brokerage. Got to hand it to Patak. He put it together, I'll tell you, and millions of dollars to the point of his luxury home in Aspen and skis every day. I got to hand it to him. So here we are, little responsive selling. I guess that's, I love it when I'm right. Never right. Never predict. Trade what you see. React to what you see. In the pre-market, I did suggest that we were going to probably have responsive selling to take profit. It only makes sense. If you've traded up all night and inventory is long, if you had long inventory and were sitting on profits, what would you do? You'd take some profit. Well, there you go. Bob's your uncle, Daniel. Now, I don't know what in the world might be happening with this crazy thing over here. This is just various opening range tests, back tests. I try to, if I see something or some system that somebody claims works well, I create the rules that they express and then backtest them to see if it's, BS or bus tickets. Most of the time, that's exactly what it is. But I figure it gives me good practice to be able to identify and code up what I need for my own things that I think are important. And this is one of those. This is an opening range trade fade. I have an opening range trade, which is not the fade, obviously. And then, so the way this opening range trade fade would work is, the idea is that this is a manipulation or an engineering candle. They'll take them down here, get a bunch of people short, and then bring her back. That's the fade or the reversal or whatever you want to call it. Before I leave, I'll put on the opening range trade or the initial balance trade, which I've vetted extensively and talked about until I'm sure both Antonio and Antoff are sick of hearing about it. Here we are. Here we are. Still got this monumental lag going on. So what I'm going to do at this point and see if it helps is mosey back to bookmap and then kill this thing. I'm going to kill IRT and restart it. That seems to have had some luck lately, and I don't know. Yeah. Hopefully this will work. Primarily for those people who are using the session prices, which by the way, I'm not sure if I mentioned that today or not, but anybody coming by the stream, I publish these and push them continuously from 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday, continuously. And if they would help you out, you can put them in Cloud Notes. You can put them over here in these session lines. You can use them in some other software. It comes as a CSV file or a link from Google. I push them up there and it comes back down safe and sound, and it's free. Just let me know, subscribe, like, throw something in the chat, or, if all else fails, send a lot of money. One of the two, one of the three. Yeah. Probably not to send the money part. Okay, let's see now. 57. Just keeping my eye on stuff. I got to make sure I got the princess moving. Grooving in the positive here. Stevie Wonder has some good music. Now, see, we've dropped that leg down to 4. Let's see if it stays there or drops it into nothing. That'd be great. And there's the naked volume points of control in case anybody's interested in that. And you don't have them on the micros. So there we go. Downloaded and supposedly all topped up and no lags. And oh boy, I'm so excited. VPOC migration there. Antonio's all over that. He's now retired and sent all the kids to college and going to build a home for the boomer over there in Portugal someplace. What is going on here? Okay, nothing. All right. Well, we got Doji. Is that what they call this thing? I think so. Let's see what's happening here. Are we rich about this overnight trade? Well, there is an engulfing candle short, so that didn't. These are just various signal markers I've been playing with coding to do with different things. However, using this as the fade, it would have been, according to one of the rules, it would have been a good one. So there they are. I'm going to just stop this. Oh, there's a trade. So let's put a trade on. I guess I'll let it run. I guess I blew it. So there is the fade trade, and it's in profit now. So we'll let it run here for a few more minutes, 5 more minutes, and then I'll slap on the. I don't want to overload El Buco map. I mean IRT here. So let's get rid of these fractals. Get rid of the opening range trade. There we go. So now this is the chart associated or that I use to visually confirm the initial balance trades, which are based on these continuation and pullback zones around the two initial balance highs and the triggers. At 9:30, these lines and stuff will start plotting across at to bookmap, and they'll materialize over here. And so what we need to do now is open this trading system. You can see there were a few iterations of it here. And I need to point out at the very beginning of all of this every day, I'm just an old cowboy from Montana. I am certainly not some sort of a code wizard or anything else, but I recognize, or at least I believe, that identifying a structured trade with parameters that you can backtest and then trading a vetted system, a verified system that has an edge, is the way to approach trading. So I'm doing the best I can. This is essentially the rules that qualify for the 4 initial balance trades, 2 of which on the high, 2 of which on the IB low. Simple. Continuation, pullback. Real easy. And I mean, IB failure and IB continuation if you're in a TLab guy. So there you are. And now the first thing I'm going to do is make sure I've got the setup right, which is 12 tick stop, 12 tick target, T1, 48 tick T2. At T1, it will trail to entry, which continues to backtest to be the most effective, profitable trade management system. And then I've removed the ATR and the volume MA to see what's going on there. So we'll save that and modify the rule to make sure it's set up. There we go. Now I'm going to send this system to the chart. Again, the chart has got nothing to do with the system other than these custom indicators identify where the rules are supposed to happen. And so I can go, well, yeah, why is that doing this? Or yeah, that happened just where I thought it should. You know what I mean? Confirmation. So I'm going to send this to the chart. I'm going to get rid of these profit targets and stops and stuff because it's just lines all over the place. And if the system identifies and takes a trade, it will graph it or plot it over here on the chart. Now, all the does is every 1 minute bar, because that's the periodicity I have set, it runs through every one of these rules. And these are strictly Boolean. So when it equates to true, bang, Bob's your uncle, and away we go. Either get a signal up here or a trade on or whatever else. Let's see what's going on over here now. Well, making some money on that fade, huh? I guess I'll let it run. What the hell? Lag is still 0, so can't argue with success, I guess. Okay, so that's how that works. That's how both of them work. We got 2 systems running. Ooh, baby. I'm like trying to dribble the ball with both hands. I never was very good at that, but let's see what happens. And the next thing we're going to do here is make sure these things are all correct. Bookmap is happening. I'm going to kick off the music just so because I'm going to be gone. There's some classical jazz here. We've got the 845 is already done. That was ISM, YSM. Manufacturing. I'm still in disbelief about the non-farm numbers, but you know, there you go. Yeah. And we're out the door. All right, I'm off on the school run. Have a good one. Be right back. Yeah, you're exactly right, Anton. The darker or the more the brighter yellow here is the RTH volume profile, POC, and the more muted yellow is the full session. I go through that in the pre-market every morning. But so this one, the muted yellow, is for the full session here. And the RTH, or the brighter one, is for the RTH. At a certain point, they line up, which they've just done here, right? And so that's how it works. But yeah, then there's also the RTH VWAP and the full session, or Globex VWAP, and then there's the RTH mid, and the rest of it is done like dinner. So what the hell's going on here? Looks like we took out the initial balance high up there, and then failed. What happened over here? Just back, obviously. Yeah. The high, the B, the trigger, and stop. So this has got to get figured out. Whatever happened with this opening range thingy over here? That's as far as that got. Okay. I'm going to shut that off. All right. Yeah, I've got to rethink this whole idea with the initial balance trades, even though it still shows a good back test with consecutive winners versus consecutive consecutive stops. It's just not Not right. That's exactly right, Anton. Okay, what else is going on? Is that zipper the truth? That's pretty incredible. Back up to the POC and then down we go, huh? All right, catching up speed here. It's a lot of traffic around here. Look at this. Oh, 5 seconds to the initial balance high. It's pretty funny. And then nothing, and everybody that got so excited trying to trade to the statistic, and whammo. Oof. Painful. That's painful. Yeah, what I do is I turn my computer, I restart my computer, this trading machine every weekend, and I capture the full session, ETH and RTH of every trading session on Bookmap and RT both. So I shut Bookmap down on the crossover at 1600 every evening, and then open it up again for 1700. And then I reboot and restart and do all that stuff every weekend. I'll tell you what, I realize rearview mirror is so, at the risk of being a rearview mirror guru, boy, I'll tell you, I got to figure out a way to get these mean reversions here. That seems to be the winners lately. course, it's so easy to see in the rearview mirror, you know. Was that going to be the low, or were they going to keep selling it off? That's the part I never can figure out. Okay. See what's going on with the rest of this noise here. So everything's reset on the initial balance trades. There's one scratch-a-rooney. The opening swing, or whatever the hell you want to call that. The fade. I'm getting sick of being patient, I'll tell you that much. Funny how that responsive selling just goes right down to the low volume node there from yesterday, isn't it? Or single prints, whatever you want to call them. And away we go. Why? I guess we're just squeezing out some shorts. Maybe? I don't know. This is kind of interesting, which I just noticed. Notice the number of times, sessions where the IB low has been the low of the day in the past several days. I thought it was something wrong there for a minute, but it's not, it's correct. So we keep testing them down and then trade them up. There's one that's not, there's one that's not. And so far today, we're about even. Interesting, I guess. I'm not sure you can do anything with that, but just kind of jumped out at me over here. By the way, I try to keep all the coloring similar. The brighter yellow is the RTHPOC, and the muted yellow is the developing V. These are both the developing VPOCs, by the way. This is for full session or the Globex, and this is for the RTH. But the IB high and IB low is green, and VWAPs and that kind of thing, and mid, and those are the same colors that carry through over here on the Rincos particularly. Yeah, I'm trying there. I'm approaching this from a little different point of view. I think that I talk about it at around the 1400 when I'm doing the back testing, going through the back testing stuff. Is, you know, I approach trading. This is my business to support me and my family now. So my career is over. So that's what I'm doing, and I don't approach it as a, you know, video game or gambling or discretionary anything. That's why I'm trying to be real systematic about it. But I have to get, it's got to get right and get right quick. I don't have a lot of time to throw at it anymore. So yeah. Yes, it will definitely test your patience, that's for sure. Mute. Sorry about that. Yeah. Anyway. Opening range trades. My initial balance trades. System here is trading live. Only displayed on this chart, and it's within the IRT simulator. So I don't actually be throwing trades at the market with my money. Now, we've got another A signal here. If it continues up. And then we'll be looking for a B and then a possible another trigger. Frankly, I'm a little bit leery I would be a little leery to go long up here. It seems, I was never a breakout trader. I always considered breakout trades an error because that usually equated to FOMO to me. But in the case of the initial balance trades, the initial balance continuation is absolutely a breakout trade. So, you know. Now there's no signal here yet, or there's no B. What we'd be looking for is trade into the continuation zone or down to the pullback zone, and then a trigger. Over here, that would look like the continuation zone, the pullback zone, the trigger. Yeah. Oh, and I forgot something nobody told me. See, you guys are keeping secrets over here. I don't have myself set up to trade. Oh, football. Okay, let's do a little check-a-rooney here. Multi brackets. Okay. Yes. Is this stupid statistics thing on the right place? Yes. Okay. Okay, that's the risk neutral 2-lot. There's both. And back to, okay, now I can trade. That'd be pretty, there's nothing more frustrating than that, right? And of course, that's the best trade you ever had happen set up in your life when you can't take them. And where nothing's happening here. We're just flopping around. Don't have an A, don't have a B, and I'll be hard pressed to decide which one of these two I'd want to take, frankly. There's the POC been holding through the 19th, the MCVPOC, and this was our naked volume point of control from up here that they've taken out now. My workflow around these is to just change the text to black on levels that have been revisited, and then I know I can take them off whenever, after I've made sure that I want them off. So 2.5 points wide, that's not good, huh? I need to widen that out and be sure I'm not getting my mouse over here in that thing, the active data column, and then taking a trade I didn't mean to. So that's the IB. These are the, and if any, in case you're curious or haven't put 2 and 2 together yet with the IRT charting, these levels, even though they look like they're real, some sort of special sauce, these are just completely made up by me and actually Rod, and it's real simple. The pullback level and the continuation level are 3 to 5 points below the IB high. There would be a B now. And the trigger are 1 point either side. That's it. That's all she wrote. Now, if we come up here and take this trigger, I should be entering a short by all the rules and regulations there. So there's that. Come on, one more tick, you dirty devil, you. Get up here and take it. Okay.
Order submitted.
There's a short. Now, this is how Bookmap graphs the trade, so there's absolutely no question on anybody's mind what's going on. The entry, that line is break even. When T1 is hit, which is the first target, T2, then the green line would jump up here to the stop because it's risk neutral. Let's see what happens. First trade I've taken in a long time, all week, and I think 3 days of last week. I got to get around this distribution and down here. Fortunately, it's just above the low volume node here, so see if we can get a risk neutral T1 off. You never know. Oh, come on, girls. One more push. Look at that. Oh, they're teasing the old guy now. There we go. So now it's risk neutral. And now who cares? We'll just sit and watch. Okay, now I could, in alignment with the trade management in the system itself, I can trail that at T1 to break even or to entry. I can also trail this up to T1 to lock in both of those values or profit deals. And I think I may do that. That's just a trade management-y kind of a thing here, but let's see what we do. We're heading for that low. I don't know whether we're going to get anywhere down there or not, but I'm going to bring this up here just for the good measure. And probably get taken out, and then it'll run to the target. That's just about always what happens. But we'll see. Especially with them building this big volume here. Let's see where we are. So they've only got to get a couple more here, and we're going to get the POC to track up. Remember that this is just the point at which the most contracts have traded in the session. So the minute that they get more contracts here than they've got here, which is about 7,200, I'm guessing, this POC is going to jump up there. Simple as that. I'd like to see him bust it down through here and get my T2. That'd be kind of snazzy. Isn't it just ironic how often these lines seem to have some sort of significance, and they are just nothing but lines I put on the chart? It's really incredible to me how that works. There's that shift, and there we go. Okay, that is T1, trade 1, trade management. Well, okay. Oh, and I'm sure glad I did that. Wow. Now, so a similar thing has happened over here, only this system didn't fare as well as I did, because the only way I'll get this set up is to only trail to entry, which means it's 0. So there you go. Well, my wife's a killer. She's either dancing by the door doing some sexy dance, or she's cooking something up that's just killing me. Smell is killing me. I think it's a secret plot to screw with my head, to be honest with you. Okay, well, I feel pretty good about that, frankly. Thank you very much. That's a nice way to ease back into this. And taken by the numbers. So, again, just to reiterate, there's the A signal. This is on Bookmap, of course. There's the B inside the pullback zone, and there's the trigger, and there's the entry, and there's T1, and then I trailed up to T1. I could have done better, another 3 points or something. I was thinking about coming down above there, but that's awfully tight, and I'm happy with what I'm satisfied with what I did. Now, of course, this is only micros, so, jump change, as they call it. Jump change. I didn't say Trump change, I said chump change. Okay. It's nice to see you guys participating in the chat. That's great. It's nice to, it's a lonely sport, right? Or business or whatever you call it. And these are stand-up desks, so I'm standing here from this morning. I was here at like 5:45, and I'll be here until probably 8 or 9 tonight. So it's nice to get some feedback and yeah. Just going to rotate around here, and I have no conviction as to what they might do next, to be honest with you. If you look at the overall context of the day, we were up, right? Where's Blue Boy? There he is. So we sold off. There's our responsive selling for profit taking, and then up we go and down and up. So we got higher highs and higher lows and lower high. But as I said before, both the IB high, IB continuation, and the IB failure are kind of, I guess they kind of contradict trading against the trend, because the IB continuation essentially is a breakout trade. And the IB failure is a mean reversion trade, which is essentially counter trend. So I have to sort of, thanks. I have to sort of, thanks a lot, Anton. I wish it would, it should be minis, and then I would be normal. I don't know if I've showed, I don't know if you guys are, I don't think either one of you guys are around it after 1400 when I do the backtesting stuff, but I'll show you how I'm doing this. The strategy for, first of all, these are all the back tests. Each one of those lines is a back test, and this is just for the micros. This I was doing last night. And there's also minis, but the sizing, the way I do the sizing to try to keep it, systematic and using methodology, based on a risk-neutral 2-lot package for both the micro and the mini. I'm going to trade micros until I have 1.33 times the full stop net for the mini, which is 319 ticks. And then I enter every one of them down here, and it keeps a running total across. And then when I get to how many trades left and whatever else it is, you see this big drawdown that just took my breath away here. And why that happened, I don't know. Starting on the 20th of January, everything was just putting along pretty nice, and all of a sudden this big drawdown. So I'll continue this until this says 0, and then I will immediately switch back to minis. I'm trying to keep it as business-like and methodical as I can, but I know you guys are not here often, late, so I thought I'd show you that. And if this Google Sheet thing would help anybody, whatever, you can do this individual trades, and it gives you expectancy and scratch and all that stuff, and then sizing. This is the backtesting parameters, and plays out everything. MFE, MAE, consecutive winners, losers, all that stuff, and then you can, if it was necessary, the report is there. I just don't pull it and enter the data, because I used to do that up here somewhere. You can get standard deviation returns and Sharp and Saltino and everything else, all from IRT. So there's that. Okay, so much for that. Back to where we were. Another top down. Now that this is no signal and no trigger and no any of that other stuff. So for me, it's not a trade, but it makes pretty good sense if you're just trading them. Test up here, can't get any higher, and then off we go again. Pretty soon they're going to get down here to the T2 target, sure of the world. It looks like I'm broadcasting. I'm not muted on my mixer. And the music looks like it's playing. So I don't know, Anton. Maybe something happened with the stream. There's no... 448 drop frames. That's not a good thing. But I don't know when. Okay, great. Yeah, sorry, I don't know. I hate it when I'm moving my mouth and nothing comes out. Yeah. What I was saying about the backtesting there was if you guys can use any of that stuff, and how I size up or down using methodology. Just to, some background thinking in terms of doing this as a business. If this simple 2-lot risk neutral trade with the minis, one double target trade is $750. Stop is $300. Here it's $30.75, but one of those, 2 of those a day, a couple a week, and I've got the wolf from the door. So that's why I'm trying to not be, Carmine Rosado and trading a 30-lot clip, 30-car clip and all that kind of shit, Be great, but I'm trying to approach it. And again, this is with my money in my own account, so that's different. I'm gonna wander out here and see what the boss is up to. I'm glad it came right. Let me see what's music's. I'm happy to do whatever music. I just grabbed something that I think makes sense. But for example, this is just much more jazz we got here. Got a couple more classicals or regular jazz. To look at this, there's all kinds of stuff that I can do here. Typically, I'll do either jazz or Latin jazz, classical, small ensemble or solo instrument, piano, or the blues stuff. But this is all that's all the choices there. So and this is all on Epidemic Sound, which I had to end up getting and paying for, because all the free stuff you see on YouTube, you try to use it for a stream, and YouTube immediately you start getting copyright strikes left, right, and center. So I just figured out, I finally discovered that this is the way to go. It's called Epidemic Sound. And these are all the genres and stuff. So any selections, let me know, or requests. I'll do requests. You know, it's the request hour. Hey, El Monte Slim down here at Wide Track, Pontiac and Wilmington. God damn, we got some mighty fine deals for you today. KOMA. Well, when I was a kid in Montana on the ranch, after about 8:30, we didn't have the television station. We had one station, and it signed off at 9 o'clock in the evening. There was no radio stations after about 6:30 or something, but after about 9 o'clock at night, I could get KOMA out of Oklahoma City on skip. You know, it would come in, and then it would be in for a while, and it'd come on the Stratosphere skip. And I'll never forget that, laying there in bed listening to, you know, listening to some sort of music, the Jan and Dean or the Beach Boys or somebody when I was a little kid. That's a long time ago. Well, our girl is going to be hitting the airwaves in about an hour. I'm going to be pretty happy with that one trade at the moment. I don't think I'll be getting any more signals here. Yeah, we did get another A, so hush my mouth. I'll be pretty hard pressed to take it, though, to be honest with you. It's going into the news, a news-rich environment. Try to keep from taking a trade I don't mean to here. Now there's 1 point high. And if I try to get the entire session with Blue Boy, it's going to go screwy over here. So, show you what I mean. All right, there's the entire session. There's the trade. I would be, look at triple top. P-shaped profile, which is indicative of short covering, according to market profile isms. The P-shaped boy going on up here. I wonder if that zipper, if anybody got a Renko going on, is this zipper happening in your world too? Or I don't want to, I got no lags happening here, so I don't want to redo the data, to be honest about it. But, all right, I'm going to step away for a minute here. Food is killing me. So they're just gonna toy with it up here, huh? So what do I think will happen? Well, they're gonna get a whole bunch of retail people that just can't stand not picking the top. And then I suppose they're gonna go blasting through there and take them out. Would be my guess. Yeah, Anton, they obviously quite frequently make those repairs. As Dalton would say, repair the profile. Like I was saying a minute ago, they're going to get everybody short, and then they're going to zoom up through there, and then adios amigo, probably. The problem is this news fest that's going to be happening. There's, you know, starting in about 30 minutes. We got What's Her Bucket and every 30 minutes or so, we've got something else going to happen. That's that doesn't make me all warm and fuzzy. That's for sure. Yeah, that's I readjusted my mic boom here last night, put it on the table a different way for a little better access to stuff. I suppose when I try to move it, it makes a whole terrible noise on that end, I guess. I don't know. Got to be ever so careful when this is active, because the active data column is over there. Accidentally click in there and your whole day is ruined. Matter of fact, I don't even like thinking about that. Boy, look at them test it. Doom, ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom. Definitely VPOC migration's up. No question about that. But it's certainly it's a thing I can't do. Or haven't figured out how to do or something. Gonna get down here and get my T2 before it's over. Now, this is the interesting part about trade management, hindsight, all that kind of stuff. So, here's my trade entry. There's my stop. T1, T2. We have not even come within 8-9 handles of the stop. And we will likely get down around this T1 before too long. That's one way of looking at trading. I guess I'm a little more paranoid or something, but I manage them this way. That when I achieve T1, I found doing backtesting the most profitable methodology, looking back over 500 days and nearly 1,000 trades. T1 scale to entry. Now, this was arbitrary, but I'm very glad I did, because we were out there. Right? When this comes down here and takes out my original T2, I'm going to be real disappointed with myself for just not. And this is when the rods, put the trade on and go do something else. Don't be. And in fact, Rod has quit doing the scale. He's quit doing the risk neutral scale. He'd put the trade on, have his targets down here, and then that'd be that. And there's no re-entry signal for another vetted, specifically vetted trade. There's a lot of, in the rear view mirror, there's a whole lot of obvious shorts, but $11.10. Well, I lied to you. There was an A and a B and a short, and now it's still running it. Really? Oh, coming down. Yes, yes, yes. I am wrong. And that was stupid. So there would have been the A, the B, just as it was here. And then the trigger. Short, yeah. Oh. Oosa. And there's that T2. There's that sell-off. And we're going to get down here pretty quick. We're going to be into this string of light, low volume stuff down here for too long. Well, shucks. What happens when I... Obviously, I'm trying to make sure I have these lines and levels, pullback zones, and triggers all pushed from IRT to Bookmap. Trying to make sure I can keep the two going at the same time and profitably trade it. The obvious solution, if you were a whiz bang or Bill Gates or somebody, is if I could code this well enough to have the thing trade algorithmically. Wouldn't this be a pleasure now? You'd still be just running this target out. There's T2, there's both targets without any heat. So that's, there's the A, the B, the trigger, and my goodness, isn't that lovely? And I'm busy not doing it. Bummer. I'm not unhappy now with this trade, but it would have been lovely to have this one tagged on with it, wouldn't it? This would be about 75, so this would be about 100 ticks instead of 23. That's how you can get somewhere. Trading is with the law of large numbers and scale factor, the R factors. Risk reward. This is essentially just a 1-to-1. Risk 2, take 2. It's actually actually screwed up. This should have been 24. I didn't get this right by a tick. And that's a 1-to-1. Oh, good for you. Excellent. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Excellent. Good job, Ant. Yeah, I stepped on my deal there. I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how I can get the signal markers from IRT over here to Bookmap. As close as I've been able to come are the zones, and just hope for the best, I guess. The reasoning being there's a bit of granularity to the signal markers and the signals themselves. It's not doesn't just go through the IB or whatever. It's got to do with the high and the close and those things. Or maybe I'm just being too granular too. Also, también. What else we got going on? What's the next up in the music department here? Iran begins shift toward governing for prolonged war. Yeah, what did this collective bunch of guys think was going to happen? They were just going to roll over and play dead or something. I mean, it's crazy. The whole thing is crazy. Oh, I forgot to do this. This is the snap I always usually do this at the end of the day, but this is how I record without any question what has happened here so far. Forgot that in the snap. Give me a slap. Forgot the snap. Just post that over to Static. So I don't see any of this shit. Well, that's one hell of a V reversal, isn't it? And they're really tugging on them for this on the tops up here. So sorry I missed that one. I would have been a signal trade and I would have taken it. Damn. Oh well, rearview mirror. I should never even say that because that's just like, yeah, right, dillweed. And we've got the world famous Ms. Levitt at 12, Mr. Trump at 12:30, Mr. Trump at 1400, and Senate War Powers at 1500. That's kind of talk about slamming the barn door after the horses go over the hill, huh? It's unconstitutional, actually, but I don't guess that matters a hell of a lot these days. Doesn't seem to. Doesn't seem to. They're sure trading the hell out of them, aren't they? And if you're good at it, if you're a mean reversion, scalpy kind of rotational trader, which looks so clean in hindsight, there's 20, you know, this is just flopping 20 handles. So, I hope you are. Yeah, I think this is going to be a very similar situation. They're talking about a lot of pretty dire things when I look into some of the news, more in-depth analytical news stories, you know, people that actually are fairly intelligent and very well educated, as opposed to some of the squad we've got calling the shots over here. Yeah, this could be Vietnam revisited. I'm sure you're probably, none of you guys are old enough, but I certainly was. And that's a real shit show. And in my opinion, 90% of this is all misdirection about the Epstein stuff. It's just, which is inexcusable to me that we're, you know, taking and losing lives to save a desperate one. That's my opinion. And I could be completely wrong too. I hope I am wrong, actually. Be the first time I was ever wrong, of course. Yeah. I saw something on, I don't know what news source it was this morning. There's a huge cry now that Barron Trump should be inducted into the Army immediately and put into the war. Which is pretty funny because Trump's famous for dodging Vietnam and bragging about the only thing he had to worry about in the biggest danger he had to face during the Vietnam era was getting the clap in New York, that kind of thing. Oh, it's gonna come back to haunt him. I mean, not that I would wish I don't know anything about that Barron Trump kid. I don't know anything about him. He's kind of a goofy looking dork, but other than that, I don't know anything about him. Maybe he's a good guy, who the hell knows. I don't know if the two of them were his parents, or the good guy could be a possibility or not, but you know, and that doesn't fall too far from the tree, I guess. Yeah. Well, look at us go. 46 now. We got little Miss Levitt coming up. I'm going to probably mute off here, make sure the music's cooking, and then get outside and maybe get that walk in. I try to get 3 or 4 or 5 or something like that miles in every day. Got to do something. I'll tell you, so I don't know how old anybody is or care, but let me just, a word of advice. The older you get, the faster it is to get out of shape and the harder it is to get back in. If you can come up with a routine at whatever point in your life you are now that's consistent and that you can just maintain, that's way better off. Way better off. That's old Uncle Boomer talking to you here now. That's a boomerism. You guys be sure and let me know what Little Miss Levitt has to allow. I can't imagine what a phone interview with Trump. I don't even know what that means. I guess maybe Fox News or somebody's going to call him for an interview and then broadcast it. I've got no idea. You know, it's like, I don't know. And what his roundtable is going to be about, I don't know either. But I would suggest that you've got a high risk component starting in about 10 minutes. Oh, I'm gonna take my own advice. And here we are. There are all those IB lows here that have remained the low of the day. I don't know why I never really noticed that before. Maybe it doesn't mean anything, but it's kind of weird, I think. No lags, that's a good thing. So, yeah. Make sure everything's working good for the levels for everybody, seems like. Okay. System. That's not the one I wanted. That's the one. Okay. I'm going to let well enough alone here with no lags and hope for the best. I'm going to step away. You guys have a great little while, and I'll be back to see where we are after poke my nose in between Levitt and Trump, I guess. I don't know. Or between the two Trumps, I guess, would be between the phone thing and the round table, whatever that's going to be. Yeah, swimmers, those guys really work hard, man. That's damned early. That is damned early. I'm up there, but I'm not, on the road endangering pedestrians' lives or anything like that. Good for you. Are you guys are you in the States, or, I mean, not that it matters, but just curious at time zone. I'm in Central Standard Time, obviously. Oh yeah, 5:30 in the morning. Swimmers work really hard. Well, here we are looking up at those tops. Now, are they going to run the stops? They only got 114 of them, but I bet there's a pile living right up here. We get up above that high, I bet there's a buttload of them. They're going to get up there without me, but yeah. Let's watch and see here. Well, I'll tell you, they just can't pop it, can they? When they do, it's going to pop like a hot plate. We've got 166, 114, 266. They just keep chewing into them. I'd say it's going to go, but you never know. And then there's always the 12-to-1 story. We're going to be up here for the 12-to-1 trade. which I'm sure you know what that is. Probably. Oh, damn. I didn't hit my thing. Bum, 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 bum. Not yet. The 12-to-1 trade says that if we are in an out of balance day or session, and we are, and we make a new high or low between 12 and 1, that there's a high probability, and I don't know what that probability is, so I shouldn't be saying it actually, but if there's a high probability, we'll make a new high at some point between 1300 and the close of the session. Yeah, that's right. Keep him busy so he's not bringing home a bunch of girls. Yeah, South Florida is great. I used to, whenever I would come back to the States, I would usually end up down there around Miami. Spent some time in the Keys and Miami, Fort Lauderdale. Liked it a lot. Now it's gotten kind of crazy, I think, but I don't know. I don't know too much about the rest of the state, except for over around the Tampa area and along that coast kind of, and the furthest north I got up the East Coast was pretty much Vero. Had friends in Vero Beach. I originally went to South Florida because I bought a sailboat, and so we would sail out of Miami or Lauderdale there for the Bahamas and down Island and stuff. Liked it a lot, man. It was a different world, of course. Big different world and environment there and stuff. I don't know how long you've lived in South Florida, but every time I hear these people bitching and moaning about immigration and all this stuff, of course Rubio is Cuban, the Muriel boat lift Cubans, and I was in Cuba when the Muriel boat lift was, or in Miami when the Muriel boat lift was going on. And the immigration policy at that time for Cubans or anybody out of the Caribbean was called the wet foot, dry foot. If you could get close enough to America to get 1 foot on dry shore, you had sanctuary, even if the other foot was still in the water. And now I hear them bitch and moan and cry and scream about all these guys, and it's like, what the country was built. I mean, Miami, for Christ's sake, is Cuban. We used to joke it's the most northern city in Cuba, and it was great. I loved living down there. But that attitude has changed a lot, it seems. Man, are they going to break out of this top, or what are they going to do? Here we go. Now they're going to see it. Oh, Boca, there you go. Yeah, no Boca well. Nice place. I shouldn't say no well. Definitely know where Boca is. I've been there a bunch and whatever else. But I couldn't call out spots to you. I like the East Coast a lot better. I never did like the, I never did like the West Coast much. The Gulf of Mexico doesn't do anything for me. It's just flat. The bottom tapers out. I like diving and, coral and sailing, and the Bahamas are close. And the East Coast of Florida is always my preference, or the Keys. So, yeah. Nowadays, my wife and I've mentioned between the political environment over there and the hurricanes and stuff, it's not a hell of a lot different here, I guess. At least there is the water over there. Come on, pop it out of here. That little gal's going to be talking here in a second. It's got to be new press conference time. It's 12 o'clock straight up. Boy, they are teasing them, aren't they? Wow. There we go. Maybe they're waiting for her to say something, or somebody to say something. Oh, cool. Yeah. Very definitely a big temperature and climate difference to from New Jersey for sure. Cool. Well, I'm glad you're having a great life, and yeah, it's great environment, and yeah, I as I said, I always really enjoyed South Florida. It was kind of like after I left the West and got down around boats and stuff, it was kind of always my stopping off point when I'd come back to the States. Would have never thought I'd ever come here. It was just a matter of the job I had in Kuala Lumpur, and they wanted me to come back to do some stuff at the office that they had over here, which happened to be here. So here we are. Man, they can't pop out of there. That is really surprising to me. I thought they'd tag into that. There's 413 of them sitting up there in the 90s. I thought sure as hell they'd pop into there and run. But there you go. Yeah, you get on 95 around rush hour. And there's like a parking lot at about 60 miles an hour. Remember that well. Houston, Texas. Came back here in August of 21 from Kuala Lumpur. I lived over in Asia for many, many years. Well, boy, I am certainly amazed that they didn't pop through there. All right, I'm going to... nice talking to you, Anton. I'm going to... mute off here, and the music's going. I'm gonna get outside and get some fresh air and rest my old eyes and be back directly. Well, I'm surprised they still haven't popped it out. Only 434 stops up here. I would have thought we'd have taken it a lot higher. That's what you get for thinking. That's why you trade what you see, not what you think, right? And this is still a news fest, so I'm just standing by. All right, how are we doing here? Let's see. That's amazing. Well, let's see now. The Trumpathon starts now, I guess, huh? Yeah, round table, and then 1500 is the warp hour. So, yeah, it's a great afternoon to do something else. Oh, sorry about that. I thought I was on mute. I'm busy yawning and carrying on here. Well, in this environment, I'm certainly not going to try any trades with all this news going on. So I am very definitely I'll just roll into the backtesting idea. I guess a good time then to talk about approaching trading, how I do it, and why. I approach trading as a statistical business, rather a video game or gambling. I should say a business based on probabilities. And I do that because I've come to understand what some of the most profitable hedge fund managers and traders that have ever lived did and do. Guys like Jim Simmons and teachers like Mark Douglas and Tom B. and Tom the Trader and Tom Sosnoff and Paul Tudor Jones and that. They all realize that the market is essentially random, a random environment. Millions of individual traders trying to, make a statement one way or the other. And I'm going to shut this off right here so I don't make any errors. There we go. I do that because I don't want to accidentally click in this active data column and be in a trade or have an order on that I don't intend. Okay, that's the idea. That's why I do that. So it's a random environment, and to try to predict where it's going is not a very good thing to do. It has a low probability of positive outcome. So what I've attempted to do here is to identify some frequently occurring levels or areas of interest, and then the rules that would justify an entry for those, and capture a statistically significant data set of that entry and those rules and determine if there's an edge or not. The idea is you do that, and then if you assumedly you produce a strategy with an edge, then in the live market you take every one of those trades that presents itself, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that edge or probability to your bank account. Sounds pretty simple, and it in fact really is. Trading is not hard or complicated. It's not easy, but you have to approach it from a probability of from a perspective of probability. Man, I can't even talk yet, or still, or something. And it's the same, that by the way, is the same exact business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. So essentially, be this casino, not the gambler. A casino plays no game on the casino floor that they have not pre-identified to have an absolute positive edge with specific rules. Then they put it on the floor, and the only mission in life for all of those people down there is to play that game as many times as possible. That's why there's no emotion on the casino floor. You ever see a dealer get all upset and throw the cards in the air or scream and yell or something? No, of course not. It's just, next. Their only mission is to play that game as many times as they can, i.e. generate as many occurrences of that setup as they can to allow the law of large numbers to manifest the edge to their bottom line. So that brings me around to the backtesting story. I have developed fairly well, the IB high and low trades as a starting. That's the first, so far, the only setup that I've actually done this entire process of vetting with. And the way that works is over here. Now, these are the rules that I have determined validate an entry for the initial balance trades. For the initial balance trades. There's only two of them. First of all, there's the initial balance high failure, like this right here, or the initial balance high continuation, which would go up like that. Same idea for the initial balance low. Now, these rules are absolutely specific, and you must, with IRT at least, you have to do a complete set of rules for. In other words, there has to be a set of rules for the IB high continuation and a set of rules for the IB low failure. For the IB high failure, another set of rules for the IB low failure and the IB low continuation. That's why there's so many of these things here, because that's the way this system works, this backtest engine. And once these rules have been identified, and they seem to be, they work, then the periodicity is 1 minute, and you determine however far back you want to look to backtest, and the computer will then evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar, back however many days you ask it to go, and develop the reports that you want. And that works like this. Now, first of all, let me say that the reason I found this mandatory, for me at least, to approach it this way, two reasons. Number one, there's only 3 rules in this thing. There's A, B, and trigger. Okay, there's A, B, and trigger short, and there would be an A, B had didn't get there, and a trigger if you went long, etc. So, but each one of those rules are specific. And in order to scroll around and humanly, with my eyes, oh, there's one, oh, there's another one, and go back however many, 500 days, for example. And these are 1 minute candles. There's no way I could do that. Even with these custom, the reason I built these custom indicators with these various zones and stuff which identify the, or replicate, I should say, the rules, I realized I couldn't do it accurately. And in order to have the probabilities determined accurately, the rules have to be executed exactly, precisely the same. There can be no discretion. There can be no, okay, so this one was supposed to close above this bar, but it didn't. Well, okay, that's close enough. None of that. Got to be exact. Or it's otherwise, then that occurrence doesn't fit inside the group of occurrences which you are using to statistically analyze the setup. So, having figured that out, having worked these out, realized that over here, that I couldn't do that. I came up with these rules, I developed these rules, and now the way the backtest works is real simple. There's the ES, 2 contracts, the session, the rules that I want to have, and let's backtest 500 days. 500 trading days from today. Okay? How long do you imagine it's going to take the computer to evaluate every one of those rules over every 1 minute bar going back 500 trading days? And I can tell you from experience, that's around 223,000 plus bars. This is how long it takes. And then you'll realize there's no way you can do it yourself. There you go. Took 9 seconds. I'm on the wrong screen, boy. I'm sorry about that. So here are the rules. Here's the chart I was referring to, and here are the reports that are generated from the back test. I'll do that again because I just realized I had the wrong window going. There are the rules. Here are the 3 simple rules: A, B, and trigger. And of course, there's A, B, and trigger for the long, an A, B, and trigger for the short, an A, B, and trigger for the long, A, B, and trigger for the short. You see what I mean? Because it's a computer, it doesn't just automatically know stuff, or at least I don't know how to code that. That's how it works. Then we set up the back test, instrument, contracts, session, days, okay, back test. There you have it. The session, the computer back tested 498 days, 235,537 1-minute candles or bars, starting March 1st, 24 through March 4th, 26. Took 8 seconds. There's 866 candlesticks, or 866 trades. Total of 14,218 dollars. Come on. There is favorable excursion 216.25. Max adverse excursion is 42.50. Total capital required to trade is $2,000 at any one time. And then here we have the nitty-gritty of it. There are 525 winning trades, average winner 30.88. There are 155 stops. Average stop is 12, or average, stop out is 12.87. 2.4 risk to reward ratio. Average drawdown is $4, cost $2,000. There is a maximum consecutive winners is 41 in a row. Consecutive winners 41. Consecutive stops 5. Then you can drill in, as you should, each of the 800 and whatever it was, 866 trades are right here. The date, the moment, the entry, and the stop, and the exits, whatever that was. 1, 2, 3, whatever. All 866 of them right there. IBC long, T1, T2, stop. T1, stop. Now the reason that there's stops and not a bunch of T1s and T2s is the fact that the way this is set up, this has been set up to trade the way we did it in the pre-market this morning, where it's a 12-tick stop, 12-tick T1, 40-tick T2. But when price reaches T1, it trails the stop to entry. That has proven to be the most profitable trade management system for my backtesting. Now I take those reports that we just looked at and I take them one other place, and it's right here. Now these are, each one of these lines is a complete backtest. This is for the MES only, and there's another group filtered above for the ES. And you can see that these are ones I did last night. Date, instrument, tick value, periodicity, stop, T1, T2. How many in the package? There's 2. Was there a trail trigger? Yes. 12 at 12 ticks and a trail to break even. This is the active trading range. It's from 60 seconds past the from the open in the morning to 90 minutes before the close. I can do them at T1, you know, RTH1, RTH2, RTH3, whatever. And there we have it. There's then I've removed the volume moving average and the ATR because I think that was screwing me up. There's the days. There's the trades. Wins, average winner, loss, average loser, scratch. Oh, I'm sorry. What have I done there? I'm on the wrong line. Excuse me. This is for just the past. This was for last month. Let's jump up here to this one. Here we go. Which is winners. You know, they're all. You see the reason, the logic behind them, and the reasoning. Winners, average winner. Losers, average loser. Scratch, 71% win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R multiple, risk reward ratio, profit factor, trades per day, MFE, MAE, consecutive winners, losers, longs, shorts, profit, gross profit, commissions, and net. And you can also, if you want to, which I don't do much anymore, because it was extra stuff to think about. Standard deviations, Sharpe ratio, Saltino, all calculated by RT in the reports. Now this is the way, in my opinion, the only way that you can have a real meaningful statistical system to trade. And when I use the word vetted, this is what I'm talking about. Not just making something up or something I heard from somebody, but stuff I've actually done the work to vet. And that's how I approach and how I'm trying to approach this business as a business of probabilities. So, you know, any suggestions? Like with everything else here, this is not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now, and I would love to have any feedback. Oh, you're out of your mind? Do this. This works great. You know what I mean? I'm wide open. No problem. My goal is to be a successful trader. My goal is not to be right or prove anybody wrong. You know what I mean? I just have a simple goal. So that's that. Now I'll do the, we're already at the bottom of the hour. Holy smokes. Okay, let's roll right into the reports. Let's do the market recap. And the daily recap is I guess it should be no question. There is Blue Boy. This was our opening print. Responsive buy selling that I anticipated this morning in the pre-market about 8 o'clock that we would have that because of the run up and where we were in the overnight. And this is not, you know, nothing to sneeze at. This is 47 and 20 is 27 handles there, so that's, you know, that's reasonable amount of responsive selling. And then it took off to the upside, and it's maintained up here pretty much the rest of the day. We're going to be closing up here near the highs if we keep on this, you know, in the same idea. So, no, I wonder if I mentioned the 12 to 1 trade. Did that happen? Let's just see here. So there was our 12 to 1 trade. There's 12. And there's 1. And the 12 to 1 trade is real simple. It says that if the market's out of balance, which it is, and if we make a newer high or low, but in this case high, between 12 and 1, 12 and 1300, there's a high probability we'll make a higher high, or, you know, extreme in whichever direction, at some point in the balance of the RTH session. And we've done so right here and right here. So there you go. Another stat in the books. Not anything to shake, you know, right home about or risk a lot of money on, but there you go. Okay, so that's what the market has basically done. Here's the same way of looking at it. Just to recap for those who weren't around in the pre-market, this is IRT. These are the any IRT charts that you see in the header here. Go away. Header here is my chart name, which nobody cares but me. The instrument, the periodicity, and the chart type, and the session. So there you go. This is the micro wrinkle. ES and Q. I don't switch the market profile chart from ES or from the mini to the micros. I just leave it like that. It's pretty representative, and that's good enough for me. This is my high time frame chart, which is my micro composite. Pretty important for me. It is a RTH session only, daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around it. And that generates a micro composite VPOC. These high and low volume nodes, which these high and low nodes push automatically to bookmap. And then there's the session prices, which push automatically to bookmap. And I track all the same stuff for the minis because I move back and forth between the minis and micros depending on a system that I've got over here, actually. Forgot to show you that. Here, this is my sizing worksheet, and it's very strict methodology, and there's no discretion to it. It's, you know, it's based on the 2-lot risk neutral package for the micro and the mini. When the micro risk neutral 2-lot package has earned 1.33 times the points of the full mini stop, size up. That simple. That simple. And it's been quite a struggle there. You think it sounds so simple, easy, but it's been quite the struggle. Yeah. So there we are with the. I'm going to close right over here right at the moment. We're right at the VPOC, and you'll see that that's right there. Just diddling around right here. Whenever we close or have a system or a session that looks like this, what does that look like to you? Looks like it got its head cut off, doesn't it? There's no taper. To me, that's an unfinished auction. You know, that's like the auctioneers. He's got everybody, took it down here as far as he could, and nobody ended up, and now he's going to bring them up, and then the microphone died, or the amp quit, or something. The microphone, the auctioneer can't auction anymore, so there it stopped. To me, that's an unfinished auction, and I'm not predicting anything, but I would be extremely surprised if we don't finish that auction off in the very near future, perhaps before the close at 1600, but certainly I would say through the overnight. There's something you can see if I'm right. Same idea on the micros, or on the mini, sorry. So there is that. Now, I don't know why that's doing that. I didn't do that, I didn't think. I don't know why this damn thing wants to be doing that, but okay. Let's look at the important stuff now. As every morning at pre-market, I use two news sources, investing.com and Financial Juice. They're both, I use the free version of both, so it's accessible to anyone. My go-to original is investing.com because I like the presentation layout. It focuses on typical economic reports and calendar items, not anything that may present risk, but that is not normally an economic item. You can filter these for both of these for anything you want, wherever you are in the world and whatever reports you're interested in. And notice here that if you hover over the event title, it becomes a URL, and you can go find out everything you wanted to know about the S&P Global Composite PMI, for example. Also, we're in earnings, and so there's that going on today. Not a surprise. The Mag 7s are pretty much wrapped up, so that's kind of over with. Let's look at this week, because this week is important reports-wise. So here's today. We had that, surprising. There it is. Thursday, we've got initial jobless. We've got import price index, non-farm productivity, export price index. Be interesting to see how many of these things get fiddled by those who fiddle. And Friday is the granddaddy of them all, non-farm payrolls. You know? Now, as I said, these are traditional, normal economic events. Any trader who knows anything should know that the non-farm payroll report comes out the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, except recently, and has for 30 years or more. You know, that's a risk that's a huge risk. But you can mitigate for it because you know that it's scheduled, you know when it's coming. Okay? The other news source I use is Financial Juice. Now, it doesn't have links that you can go check out the reports. It has a similar calendar over here, and it has like a squawk box feature over here. But the reason I track it, and I appreciate it very much, is you see all this stuff? These are non-traditional economic events, but they can certainly, it's been demonstrated over the past year, they can certainly have a huge risk impact to our auction. And Financial Juice pulls these type of things into the calendar, and I really appreciate that. You're never going to see that in investing.com. But I really appreciate that because as traders, we are really risk managers. Our main foundational job as a trader is to protect and grow our account, isn't it? And the only way you do that is by managing the risk. If you just throw on trades, in whatever environment, whatever is going to happen, pay attention to the news, you're going to get hammered. Period. And that's not being a responsible risk manager. In order to be a responsible risk manager, the first thing you need to do is identify any potential risks that could impact your account. Well, these are all that. And that's why, as are these traditional ones like non-farm payroll, etc. But in the case of the traditional ones, we know about them years in advance. In the case of these type, we don't know, and because they're occurred basically, they've come to the light basically within today. So that's why I appreciate it. Anytime anytime we close up here at the highs like this, I would expect that we're going to continue on in the overnight. I mentioned why I thought that looked like the auction was not finished up here. And yeah, that's pretty much got it for the market wrap for me. Now, over here on the squawk box side, we want to be dominant. in crypto. Oh, Jesus God. It's perfect. This is where we will have the market on close and balance orders at 1450. So there you go. Let's look over here and see what's going on and wait for that 1450 hour to happen. Five minutes for that report. About a minute and a half here, and then we'll have a look at what these market on close orders are about. Now there's our market on close moves. I had the mute on, sorry. This is a lot more, it's a bit normal. Lately it's been, you couldn't even see it move. But, and here's our market on close imbalance. Sell side S&P 731 million, sell side Nasdaq 378 million, sell side Dow 31, sell side Mag 7 217 million. These are give you an idea. Maybe I will. 2,720,000,000. 1,054 million. You know, these are not such big numbers. This is substantial. It's almost a billion. To me, what's substantial here is these are all sell side imbalance. So there you have it. Now get over here and I'll do my daily closing snap that's got my my trade here. Initial balance failure trade. Did make the target on the third trip down over here, but not my trade, and I took the signal as it comes from my system. Let me just do this part right here, which I always do. This is more of that transparency and accountability. There you are. There's everything you ever wanted to know about the trade, including entry time to the millisecond, which I think is pretty funny, etc. And this is how Bookmap, which I think is pretty cool, how they graph. Whoa, now we don't want to get that carried away with things. Sorry about that. This is how Bookmap graphs a trade. Very straightforward, very clear. This is a sell, short. There's the stop. This is the break-even line. When price reaches the T1, break even, in the case of a risk-neutral trade, as I have it set up, goes to my stop. Then price continues down, and I start to trail for risk trade management. Comes back out of no place in this one and takes out that stop. So there we have it. Now it's not very great, but hey, 23 positives better than 23 negatives. 1-to-1 is all. I did not have a signal to re-enter here, but there was a signal here, short, and trigger, and I didn't take it, and that's the real disappointment. I didn't notice it. I was not standing here, and that was a beauty. No heat and straight down. Well, you know, shit happens. And that's the way the cookies crumble. And here we are on the close. We fell all the way across that distribution. This is 1 point high. So you can have some reference there of scale. And shut this down. There you go. I make a copy of those every day, every trade for the journal. So let's watch what happens here. We're going to shut this mess down in another 8 minutes or 6 minutes or so at the top of the hour. Remember, the stream starts every morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. It goes until 1500 Central Standard Time without break or interruption. The reason for that is a commitment to never take any trade off the stream, and it is completely then transparent and accountable. And I discovered that the hard way. When I first started, I thought, okay, 2 hours is probably enough. And then I came back in the office and there was a trade setting up and I wanted to take it, but no stream. So I thought, well, that's not a good thing. And so I I haven't done that since. You know, it was a long time ago. Anyway, that's every morning the pre-market. I set everything up for both IRT and Bookmap. Pull the statistics together. Analyze the pre-market, what I imagine is going to happen in the opening, and then we trade the day. And any trades, as you saw, are narrated in real time in anticipation when I put them on, how I'm managing them. The whole premise behind this is, as I say in the pre-market, I guess I should repeat here, this is my virtual trading journal. And I'm letting anybody that cares to look over my shoulder and listen to my thinking. Obviously, the video here, here's about that. Obviously, the video here captures everything that I'm seeing, and my narration adds what I'm thinking at the moment to the recording. So there we go. And I stream it to YouTube rather than just OBS because it's a more, I think, adds a bit of credibility, and it is also in the form of permanency. And it's also, I can review the stream on any device, which is real handy for me. No, I mean, I don't know about anybody listening to this, but I'm never going to stand here for 7 hours. You know, I keep a real accurate chapter markers, which I put in as soon as the stream closes into the description. And then I can go jump to one, go see the trade, see when I scratch, see whatever happens, So that's there too. So every morning at 8 o'clock, be there, be square, Central Standard Time. And yeah, okay day as far as I'm concerned. Especially with this news-a-thon going on. Jesus criminy Christ. No let up here since noon on the news. One other thing that's important for me to say is the most important tool you have in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. You stop and think about it. All the money and time and effort we spend looking into, monitors and charts and software and indicators and mentoring this and YouTube, something else, that. All of that data is meaningless, and the equipment is meaningless. Your eyes take all that information in. Your brain processes that information and uses it to make financial decisions for you and your family. You fall over, either of those two things doesn't work right, you might as well throw all this crap you got on your desk in the garbage. Be well rested, be well hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, throw the mouse in the garbage. This is a serious business. It's a zero-sum business, as I mentioned, where there is no possibility of more sellers than buyers, or vice versa. It's a zero-sum game. The function of this is a contract which requires one of each. That means that every time you sell right here and you think it's going down, somebody is buying right there thinking it's going up. And we compete against some of the most well-educated, supported, and funded traders in the world that have one job. Their job is not to come in and pick on you. Their job is to come in and make a profit for their company, for their boss. And the way they make that profit is to be the one on the side of the trade that wins and doesn't take a stop. You need to think about that. It's really important. It's a real important attitude to have squared away. And, stay fit. Do some sit-ups, do some push-ups, push back, get some dumbbells in your office. I got a pull-up bar in the door. My office is fortunately big enough I can step back. These are stand-up monitors. I can step back and do, body weight squats or curls or whatever else while I'm watching the screen. So you got to do something. And with that, Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the feedback and the interaction in the chat. Like and subscribe. I would be very appreciative and humble of that. Yeah, there you go. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Be here, be square. We're closed, boys and girls. It's 7 hours and 39 seconds. I've been standing here doing this. So there you go. Have a good one. See you tomorrow.